let's do some mage stuff. Do I have any things I can choose? Oh yeah, 9k kills. Yeah, I had to grind out those today because I thought I was going to unlock another one, but I have to grind out more levels because the fusion one is the only special one like that requires a lot of extra stuff. Arcane Missiles has no cost if you have less than 11% mana. Arcane Missiles has minus cooldown time. Sounds pretty good. Let's go with that. They take no damage. Oh boy, mage time. This is gonna be something. How does the mastery work with channeled skills? I guess it does it for each tick. That's kind of good. Zap zap. God, there's so many of those little mini boss dudes. You just got a new SSD, so you're probably gonna be AFK a lot tonight trying to get set up stuff moved up from your hard drive. Dude, that's awesome. Not enough mana. Oh god, maybe I should switch my mastery. Yikes. I didn't think I'd be this mana starved. Let me out. The same guy. Oh wait, this asshole stole your content again and posted it. Where is this happening? I need to check and make sure my stuff isn't getting stolen, I guess. Oh, that's an elite. I'm out. On YouTube? Like he's like ripping your video and putting it back up under his channel? Oh. Huh. Let's see, what can you do about that? You could probably figure out his channel, or like his Twitch username, right? And then just ban him from your channel. I'm gonna do the same for this one. Yeah. It's a good idea. Why are you guys talking about banning me? Because you're stealing content. No, there's no way it's you, Apprentice. Don't do that. Don't do that, Apprentice. It's like it's a perfect crime. Nobody thinks it's me. What's going on? We're making a mage now. So this is some high level mage gameplay. This elite's gonna have to chase me throughout the whole level. I'm not interested. Hey, there we go. Max level. So how good is actual elemental damage? So it's plus 36. So I might just go with this mana here. Or mana regen. Mana regen seems tick. Yeah, it's still 2-shot. So until a 1-shot, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm gonna slap on some plus 10 rings with XP gain. Dude, I have nothing prepared for this character. We just need to get some levels so we can get some skills that actually clear. Because this is not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about clear speed. It ticks for like 10 damage. There we go. Easy, first boss down. You think you need to get in touch with someone on YouTube? Dang. You're uploading the build you think I'd love in LE? Alright, if you want to link it to me, I'll watch it later. Oh, that's pretty cool actually. It's like a mind over matter thing. Oh, Jesus.
Kaiser is now following.
Yo, Kaiser with the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We're doing some mage leveling. It's going pretty well so far. I think we might actually hit the world record. Hello, hello, apprentice. So you want to spend some channel points, huh? I need to update some of them, so updates to come soon. I just didn't have time today with all the grinding those primordial weapons, and it ended up not working out. At least not yet. Oh, apprentice with the gnome. I thought a sworderman, even though he's installing a SSD or something. Come on. Alright, Arcane Missile now belongs to the Temporal School. Okay. Arcane Missile deals 7 additional damage. Additional damage equal to 1% of your max mana. Yeah, that's something I need right now. I can't see the damage numbers from this far away. Oh, maybe I have the numbers off. Need the numbers. There we go. $60. So I need some max mana up in here. Oh, this is that guy from earlier. Might crash the game with all this damage. You know, the mage just, his starting weapon is just a little weak. This does feel a little weaker than I expected so far. Oh my god, we got wraiths again. Wait, 3-shot him now at least. Going against the clock. My health is slowly slipping away. Please. How do you farm 40k kills? I did Wrath 1 on the Ranger. I don't know what class you are. But I think every build can farm that in like, might take like 2 to 3 hours. You have like a master build. Oh yeah, popping off. Got that full heal. Things are looking good. Oh, actually, we can switch into mana now. So we get that extra damage on our arcane ability. Yeah, we're doing 50 to 59. Plus the additional. Hmm. Let's get some extra here. And this is free, so that's good. Let's do the no cost, I guess. Maybe I should try the cooldown time again. Oh, we're one-shot now. That's hot. You don't know if you have that kind of dedication. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't burn out. Like, we are in early access, so if you're not feeling it, then totally understand. Is Fury the best bow for multi-shot Huntress? I haven't played multi-shot Huntress, but the best bow and the Fury bow are some of the best. Just for like generic damage. Probably those two, and the Nimble Warrior. They're like really strong. Do bows need victims or XP to evolve? From my experience, they need victims. They need 42k. You'll get the XP just from doing that. I'm not sure if there's an XP limit, because I don't think you can get low enough XP to get 42,000 kills and not be like high level with it. Yo! Yami, hello, hello! Ancestral crits are busted. You clock 70 hours in this man, don't have Primordial? I mean, Primordials only like reward you for sticking with one for the whole time.
Run.
We're trying to run from these archers, man. Gonna be adding some more channel points soon.
Oh my god! Wow!
I think we're gonna die here. Oh no. Oh, I got hit by those. Yeah, redemption. 2 elites. Oh god, wraiths? 4 HP. Outplayed. Can't nerf skill. Oh, we got some people got Discord debated. How many people check Discord? Oh, the goldfish? I think it's a noob trap. I think it's a noob trap. So I say nay, but I haven't specifically done it myself. Yeah. I don't see it. So we got this book thing. You drop a big large book on the head of target enemy dealing damage. The book wasn't that good anyway. Since you're smashing enemies with the book smash is considered like a melee skill. Melee skill, you say? I like melee. Can we try to do some book smash? Probably need to keep this. Is this a melee ability? Going melee mage? Battle Mage. Oh, it only hits one enemy. That's kind of awkward. Maybe we can fix that at some point. Huh. Do you know if you perma somebody, they can still see the stream? Yeah, they can still see the stream, they just can't do anything in chat. I think that's right. There's a Lego that if the book crits, it drops 3 more books on the other targets around. Whoa, that sounds pretty cool. I kind of want to do like an overdrive mage or something. Something weird. I don't know. I might just make a build after like whatever the first legendary, or not legendary, Reaper that I find. If it isn't just like a leveling one, it's an actual like in-game Reaper. Might just do that. If this book upgrades to like some sweet stuff, maybe this. Basically gotta find a way to make a build and get it nerfed. Classic. Yeah, I don't know why this doesn't have AoE. Feels kind of weird. We don't have any gear on. Let's put some gear on. Wow, look at that gear. Alright, 7 mana regen. Keep the attack speed. Raw damage sounds good. Keep the attack speed. Okay, looking good. We're geared. We've geared our character. Four archers. I mean, this book slaps. It does some damage. I just need to find a better way to deploy the book. I'm gonna hit these guys with some knowledge. How many more times do I need to cast it before I get something? Let's see, where are we at? Oh, 12 more times, alright. Coming in hot. Alright, listen here, Archer. There we go, level 2, alright. Book Smash deals 1% increased damage. Increased damage is equal to the number of completed achievements. Oh, there's no achievements in the game. Are there achievements? There's no achievements yet. No, dude. Alright, Book Smash does an additional plus Astral Strike damage. Additional Astral Strike damage equal to twice the number of fully upgraded passives and upgrades of the Mischievous Mage. Okay. This is alright, we're 0 for 2, boys, on the book. Book Smash applies Arcane Bond. Okay, Arcane Bond deals elemental damage every second equal to 100% of the mana you've spent or lost during that second. Arcane Bond deals elemental damage every second equal to 100% of the mana you've spent or lost during that second. Last 7 seconds. At least that does something. Book Smash also deals damage to enemies within a 1.5 yard radius. Yes, that's the one. That's what we need here. There we go. That's what we need here. Dang it, my brain's asleep. We've got to play some Slormancer. Exactly. Oh, now we're AoEing. Alright, let's group them up. Group them up. Oh yeah, look at those plays. That dude just walked right into a fallen book. So this is considered a melee skill. Oh, I'm running out of mana. Quick. Switch to mana regen. Oh yeah, this is great. The book is getting good. The book is getting good. Nice. Nice meme. You didn't get one shot? Interesting. How'd that guy not get one shot for... Does it split? It must split the damage then. Book Smash also deals... Oh, it deals less damage to the nearby enemies than the actual book itself. Okay. I see now. Oh my god, that was great. Oh, Slurm Reaper. Is this gonna be the one we make our build around? Overdriving staff. We got here. Overdriving staff. Which one are you? Overdrive bounce number. Dude, I was talking about I wanted to play something weird like Overdrive. I was talking about it, right? We're already melee, so we can proc it. So yeah, we just need some way to do Overdrive now. We can start the build. So I've never made a build based off of like not a skill, like an actual like proc in this game. So I think it'd be cool to see what you can push like Overdrive to. I don't know how much support the Mage has for Overdrive, but could be interesting. We can go back to town and like, well, maybe I should get level 10, see my specialization, go back to town, see if I can roll Overdrive on any gear. If so, I think that'll make things... Isn't Overdrive melee only? That is true, but this is a melee ability. So we have cracked the code. We're using old Book Smash over here. I think it might also proc off of this, I'm not sure. But we got Book Smash, so... So I want to do something weird with the Mage, so I think Overdrive is perfect. Also said might just want to build around whatever our first Slurm Reaper is, so I think this is going to be the one. And it's a Slurm Reaper we haven't played before, so it sounds cool to me. Oh, Chrono Strike or whatnot. Let's see, is there other melee? Oh, we do have another melee skill. We have at least 2 melee skills, okay. We have some things to look forward to. But I think I would like it to mainly be based off of overdrive and scale up like the overdrive maximum number, the overdrive bounce chances, the overdrive damage, and like see where that gets me. Has a 0.5 second CD so you can pump them out. I could use that as like a main ability in books for AoE or something. I really don't know anything about the mage, so I don't know what's going to bring utility to like a main skill and what's going to be an actual good main skill, so we're going to learn together. Or I guess most of you guys have mages now. I'm going to learn with you guys watching. I'm out of mana. Nice, Iron Waistguard. Let's see. Any of these upgrades? Armor? Nope. Oh, this gives me Arcane Barrier Mastery. Raw damage, attack speed. Movement speed, raw damage. Nice. Daily resist max mana. I'll take the raw damage. Now we have shoulders. Everybody's running laser beam balls for clones. Well, I gotta be different here. I gotta be doing melee mage or something without balls and clones. Oh, that's pretty cool actually. It's like a mind over matter thing. Oh Jesus! See if we can get the clear speed up. Yo, Crisply with the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. We just started a mage, so. Here we are, dropping some books on some fools. Hitting them with some knowledge. Oh, we got the book mastery 3. What we got here? Inner fire and overdrive triggers by book smash. Deal 1 additional damage. Additional damage equal to 10% of your thorns damage. So this wants me to go overdrive thorns build. Other things we could get would be book smash has armor penetration. And book smash silences. Hey, you're trying to make the Golden Hunter like in your video? Yeah, it's still good. Nothing has changed with it. It's still great. Don't know if you know this, but you can highlight certain gear based on stats if you want. Oh yeah, I should do that. I have it on some of my other characters, but I probably should do it on this character. So let's see, things we would want. It seems like inner fire chance, maybe inner fire charges, damage, overdrive. Is this all overdrive? Yes. Okay, so maybe I don't care about inner fire as much. Do you have a video on upgrading gear? Not yet. I'm still working on min-maxing the gear. So like what we have on this link is like the actual starter gear for it. If you already have that, then just stay tuned to the YouTube. I'll have an update sometime soon. I just gotta farm a little bit more. What is overdrive? I can't proc it yet, but it's like these heat-seeking missile type things that pop out of your character and they go deal damage. And if you have overdrive bounce chance, it deals damage and it moves to another enemy. we're about to learn all about it as we play this character. This is a little unfair. I'm kind of stuck in here with this guy. Or is he stuck in here with me? Alright, we're not level 10 yet, so we'll do one more floor to get 10. Then we'll go back. Okay, so I got my Mage gold find min max. Time to farm with it and get new gear for another Mage build. Nice. That is farming characters in a nutshell, isn't it? Because yeah, my starter build for the Ranger is great. I mean, you can get tons of gold. I have increased it significantly since then, but I need to finish min-maxing it, or it's just going to be like a bunch of videos. But I'll probably unlock the Primordial weapon tomorrow for the build, and we'll build around it, and probably finish crafting everything, and then we'll be ready for a video. It'll probably be Friday, if I had to guess. I think I'll make a pure dot build with Arcane Bond and Trial of Flames. Nice! I haven't seen a dot build yet. It's all orbs and clones and beams. Can dots slash crit ancestral strike? I have no idea. I'm curious if you know Kinky Gore. Very curious. Also, Bweeks, if you can look at the ancestral tree, there's a skill at the bottom second tier. Whenever you hit an ancestral strike, cast a lightning bolt. I've been theory crafting a build for it. Looks kind of neat. Where do I see that at? You look at the ancestral tree. Okay, ancestral tree. It's a skill second tier at the bottom. Thunderstruck. Your ancestral critical strikes, or ancestral strikes, create a lightning bolt dealing a range of damage per rank to a random enemy nearby. It's elemental damage, that's gonna scale. I mean, it's interesting. It does look interesting. I think I'm also going to try to add in darts into this build, so that sounds interesting to me. I can trigger like overdrive and darts from just doing like melee attacks. Oh, level 10, boys. Level 10. Alright, I think after this one it's definitely time to go back to town and see what we can do. I'm level 32. Should I farm expeditions? Tier minus or 0? I don't have the bow right now for the build and not good gear. Just do -0 until you're 40 for sure. Because the jump for XP is just not worth it. Because if you're hanging out here doing this one, it's actually minus HP, but the XP is... It's minus HP for the enemies and damage, but your XP is still, you know, +0. And it doesn't increase until you get to Wrath 1, which is 100% extra enemy life, and you only get 5% extra XP. So you really can, you know, probably do this one 2 or 3 times faster than this one. So for 5% XP, it's just not worth it. Or mana regen. Alright, critical strike chance. Probably want some of that. Once I get like a piece of gear in every slot, I'll stop checking literally everything. Oh, I actually have thorns. Okay. Maybe I'll keep that on then. Max life, max mana. Okay. What do you do when you hit 40? you're gonna upgrade your gear and farm some gold. I mean, I farmed -1 for a little while until I had enough money and stuff, or enough power to move on. Once you kind of get everything in the right slots, you can just try to move up just to get gold once you've found all the NPCs and everything. Okay, what am I doing here? See if we can craft. Oh, we can only craft normal stats. So yeah, there's no way. So let's see what kind of skill we want. What is this one here? Cooldown 10 seconds. Create a wall of omens at target location that lasts 6 seconds. Enemies passing through the wall are slowed. Okay. Enemy projectiles passing through the wall have 90% reduced projectile speed. Sounds kind of whatever. You summon a temporal clone where you currently stand and instantly teleport towards target location. The temporal clone lasts 8 seconds and disappears after being hit. Okay. And then we have this one. You create a barrier in front of you that catches up to 5 projectiles. Once arcane barrier ends, 5 projectiles are shot backward to the target location. I mean, this one sounds kind of cool. Whenever you cast a skill, you're refunded 3% of its mana cost after a short delay. Ooh. You have plus 10 critical strike damage. Critical strike damage is equal to the level of the mischievous mage. Okay. You have Slorm Find. I think I'm going this one. Getting the mana cost back sounds pretty good for now. Book Smash, Perma, Time Lock, and Arcane Missile Time Lock AoE damage is OP. I don't even know what you're telling me. What's a Time Lock? I have no idea. We'll find out eventually. Alright, we're just gonna do the cheap trick for now. Sounds cool. I have so much to learn about the mage, I don't know really anything. Ah, yes. So, little blink ability. Decent. We need some damage. These guys scaled up kind of hardcore. But my damage did not. Alright, what else can we do about this? Oh, we don't have inner fire and overdrive quite yet. Does this increase the yard? No, it doesn't. I mean, we'll see how this goes. I have like no damage now. What did I do? Wait, did I go up to 1? I think I went up to 1. You're on Wrath 1. No. Man, look how tanky my mage is. There we go. Okay. Hardcore character dead.
No, God, please, no! No! No!
Oh, there we go. Now we're popping off. Got some damage now. Oh, that's a super long teleport. Slorm Reaper level 5. So the only issue with my Slorm Reaper right now is it doesn't do anything. It'll get there, but it currently does nothing. I don't even remember when when magic items start showing up. So I don't think I'm gonna get overdrive stuff until we get magic items. Not enough mana. Let's get the melee to stack up on the casters. Boom. This boy is tanky. I saw that 100% rebound mage ball build doing like 4.5 mil each hit. Yeah, is that a oh my god, Cerno's build? Yeah, I was watching him play it earlier. He made a video today. It looks pretty good. I'm avoiding the ball builds. We'll do something different. Yeah. Saw when you watched it the other day. You like balls? Dude, everyone likes balls. Wait. Wait a minute. Like a spicy meatball? Oh, I need 6k for that. Maybe I should switch away from this for now and actually get some armor penetration. Because is all the damage physical? It says skill damage. Yeah, I guess it's all physical. Oh, I gotta reach level 4. Okay, I can't do it yet. You might want to have that checked out, just saying. Yeah, if it's like a spicy meatball, you might have some other problems. But you know, you do you. Whatever. Slorm Reaper level 6. I need something that makes the book drop faster. Do the floor scale. Like if I do 20 in a row, I get more gold XP than if I did 10 floors 2 times. No, it doesn't. It's all the same. There's no reason to go to the second floor besides just not having to go back in again. So I'm just continuing because I like this layout, so it's going to continue giving me prison layout. It is unfortunate that this layout also has archers and mages. If your first floor didn't have archers and mages, you just would never have archers and mages, but whatever. As the game changes, there will probably be a reason, but currently there's no reason. Alright, we got some green items. Let's see what we got here. The double thorns damage. Max life and life regeneration. I like that life regeneration. That's hot. Probably gonna need that. Especially if we keep doing that kind of stuff. guess that guy's not connected to the portal. The dream. I don't have enough mana for anything. Oh, another green. What we got here? Thorns damage? Really resist. Man, we're just going all in on thorns damage, aren't we? Yeah, I have that at least, so I can do some arcane missiles always, but I'm trying to kill all these other guys with my books. Hey, rewarded with a green. More life regeneration. Okay, and max life and max mana. Sounds good. Arcane missiles feel so much better right now. It's sad. Okay. Let's see what else we can do. So I need to cast this a few more times. Maybe we can get one of these. I guess I would get this one here. So I'm gonna invest in that one. I guess I need to still invest in... Oh, I'm actually using the wrong one. Whoops. I thought I was using the one I was talking about. You cannot gain mana with arcane missiles anymore. Arcane missiles deals 92% of the mana you should gain as elemental damage instead. Wait, why would I gain mana off of this? Does it say? Arcane missiles pumps? Seems like it might be a better leveling skill, but I still want to level this up just so I have it already done. So we might do like some hybrid thing here. So we have less than 13% mana. Man. Additional damage equal to 3% of your max mana. This is so much damage. Mana leech, mana on hit. I mean, I don't have that anyway. Let's just try it out. See what we got. So it should scale as I lose mana. But that one actually sucks. This one was way better. I was baited. I'm sure it scales really well, but it sucks right now. It's less damage than you think. Yeah, apparently 100% of like 0 is just 0 or something. I thought it was gonna actually pump. Alright, we're upgrading to a 2-button build. Avoiding the mana cost is just so good. Especially at this level. Alright, my Slorm Reaper is gonna be so ready once we finally get some overdrive proc chance. Let's see, it gives you max 200% of your mana on hit, mana leech, so you need a ton before it gets good. Oh, did I just read it wrong? Arcane Missile deals damage of the mana you should gain as elemental damage instead. Oh, okay, I see. You only get the damage if you like should be leeching, but you're not. In my opinion, mage leveling gets better at 23. We'll see. I'm guessing 23 is attunement pulse. Not the life bender. I should just leave it there. Not the life bender, dude. Let's also get some armor penetration. We're gonna make this book pump. Oh, we also need to be upgrading this one, don't we? Alright, 9% mana cost back. It's not much, but it's something. Let's see if I can craft some gear with the overdrive too. Get that working. Nice. I have some items that give +5 level on Slorm Reaper. Is that +5 levels in a weapon? Yeah, so every Slorm Reaper has like a name attached to it. So this one here, it says Staff by Astorius. So if the item you has +5 to Astorius, every Staff by Astorius is gonna get that benefit. You can swap between any weapon that gives you that. And if it's not the weapon you want, you can re-roll it to something else. At the blacksmith to try to get the plus levels to the one that corresponds with your actual Slorm Reaper that you have. Not enough mana. Can't even use my blink ability. Oh, is that not it? There's one more? Oh no, did I miss it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Alright, back to town. Let's see if we can get some gear or something. check the vendor and all that stuff. The main region. What do I need? Cape, amulet, rings. Sorry, I don't have any of that stuff. What kind of magic stats can I get? Oh, all my crafting materials are in the other character. Well, we can't get anything cool on the helmet anyway. About this here. Nope. It's like too early to use overdrive, maybe? Okay. Nothing on those. Ooh, I need that. Let me get that. I'll take these. Take these. It's level 4, 0, 2, 3. Take these. Give me those. Okay, got some stuff. All common items. Nice. Wait, what happens if I roll a rogue box here? Okay. Get some upgrades this way. 75 armor, attack speed, thorns damage, max life, movement speed, evasion. 27 mana regen. The other stuff is so bad though. I guess attack speed and armor. Let's get some gear. Mana, thorns, life regen. I'll put these on. Max life and mana regen. That's perfect. Also what I'm looking for. Melee resist, max life. Mana on hit. Mana on hit could be okay. Attack speed, raw damage, life on hit. Let's go with the life on hit. Attack speed, evasion. Raw damage, attack speed, resist, crit damage. Guess those booties are better. Gonna upgrade all my gear to magic real quick. Oh, max life, max mana? That was pretty sick. Pretty sick, yeah. That is mana regen. Keep having to get new boots. Get my legendary for my level 10 character. I just want a bunch of mana regen to make this go faster, right? 20 mana regen, LE damage, percent LE damage. Ooh, that's a good belt. What do I need to get? I need to get some bracers. Crit chance, LE resist, double attack speed. Got some bracers now. Alright, that's good. That's good, right? Can't get overdrive damage yet. Or at least not on the like 3 slots we looked at, or overdrive chance. So let's see. See if anything else can get it. I didn't check shoulders. Nope. Not shoulders. Bracers. Bracers usually has a bunch of damage stats. Nope. We get mana leech. Wow, you can get mana leech this early? That's pretty crazy. Does that have the actual level requirements though? Oh, it does? Oh goodness, let's see. Let's see then. Oh god, what is this? Level minimum. Okay, so overdrive. Just gonna check it out real quick. Looks like it's all around 25. Yep, can't do overdrive till 25, boys. Okay. Yeah, it's a little awkward, but whatever. Alright, and we're back. So, continue this grind. Dang, our book barely one-shots. Energen's a lot better though. Just mapped out your new build, excited? Nice, dude. Be interesting to see it all come together. I have done no preparation for this build. We're just gonna wing it. Good old trial and error. Watch out, so some dude on YouTube doesn't steal it. True. See, I stream like a totally different time from you, so I don't know if I have to worry about that person. Were you able to tell if they just like recorded your stream or they like downloaded your stream or clipped it or something? Because I think you can see who clips your stuff. Or you definitely can see who clips your stuff and delete any clips and all that kind of stuff. So maybe you could figure out who actually did it. It's not even in full screen. You recorded it on like his phone or something. Rift Nova. What's this Rift Nova thing? Cooldown 1.4 seconds. You summon a Rift Nova, dealing damage to enemies around you within a 1.5 yard radius, and damage evenly distributed among enemies hit. But I gotta see what that actually looks like. Let's see. What? Wait, I can just walk up to enemies and do this Frost Nova thing? He dodged it. He dodged it twice. Rift Nova might be sweet. I don't think I ever even heard of Rift Nova. It just looks cool. It's probably like the kind of mage I would like to play. We play like up close and personal. Melee mage, battle mage. So small though. The only issue is the size currently. There's a talent on it that allows it to be cast on cursor, I believe. Okay, I need to avoid that talent. No, I'm sure that would be still like really good, but I like the idea of it being a larger size. Like if I increase the size through gear or something, and then just walk into a room and just AoE the whole room. I don't know how big the area can get. Like, I think the dream build currently is like blink, kill, blink, kill. Oh, that's pretty cool actually. It's like a mind over matter thing. Oh Jesus.
Mathilde
Oh, Jesus.
1402 is now following.
Yo, Mathilde with the follow. Appreciate it. Never gets old. I'm a fan. I need to figure out one for like subbing or something. I'll just have to wait till something else crazy happens. Get more like sub sounds and whatever other quirky sounds. This is a pretty hefty cooldown though. Mage is so slow. Someone help, you're dying. We got some mages in the chat, that's for sure. Yeah, that one's pretty good. What's that from though? I don't get the reference. Is that from that Step Brothers movie? Oh, it's a TikTok meme. Okay, that's why I haven't seen it. Need to use the skill as much as possible. There we go. Rank 2. Might head home for a second. TikTok meme. We're into stream elements. What? What? Whenever you cast Rift Nova, it adds 2 temporal emblems instead of 1. What does that do? Schools of Magic. The mischievous mage gets an emblem from the 3 different schools of magic when he casts mage skills: Arcanic, Temporal, and Obliteration. Whenever you cast a skill, you get an emblem of the school of magic. Emblems are used by some upgrades to trigger various effects. You can have up to 3 emblems. Okay. Well, we don't care about that quite yet. Rift Nova has an additional plus 12 critical strike damage for each Arcanic emblem you have. Alright, we might care about it. Rift Nova applies Remnant vulnerability to enemies hit. When Remnant skills deal 37% increased damage to enemies affected by Remnant vulnerability. So this is a temporal, this is a obliteration. So we don't have any of those. Wait, what? Remnant skill is a weaker and an older version of it that does not benefit from regular upgrades. It cannot be... What? It cannot be imbued or triggered effects. Oh, okay. A remnant skill could be overdrive. I see. So remnant skills are just non-class specific skills. Yeah. I mean, none of this sounds great, to be honest. Critical strike damage is okay. Guess I'll just take 1 point in that. We need another 100, and what can we get? When Book Smash lands, it has a 2% chance for each Arcanic emblem to cast a Remnant of Attunement Pulse, and 2% chance for each Temporal emblem to cast a Remnant of Rift Nova. Okay. Whenever you cast Book Smash, you also cast a Remnant of Book Smash on a random enemy nearby for each non-obliteration emblem you have. Okay, okay. I see what's going on here. How does a non-binary samurai kill people? They slash them. Nice. They slash them. That's great. I almost didn't get it. It was like this close for me not getting it. Oh, it didn't kill him. We don't one-shot anymore. Maybe I can get rid of some of this. 18 mana regen. It's like 1 stat on gear. Ancestral strike chance or effect in... sorry. 80% or effect increase. Wait, actually, do I have my stones already? I do have the stones. We can get some other stuff over here. Every hit with an enemy with a skill in your primary or secondary slot, create a flashing dart. Kinda want to try that out. Could also go for raw damage. Damage to elites. You draw a seal of light at a target location that lasts for 6 seconds. Whenever a shield globe is created while you are standing on a light seal, an additional shield globe is created. Shield globes are attached to you while you are standing on the light seal. You trigger an inner fire. Can I get an overdrive? Yeah, that sounds cool. Let's try this and see what happens. So one thing we could do is like switch to missiles, right? And then we can have 0 mana but cast missiles for free. Oh, we might be switching to missiles for a little while. Okay, so missiles are free and we get to shoot the light beam. The more I think about the build mapped out, the more confused I am. Not a good sign. You're just gonna have to play it. Do some trial and error until you figure it out. Maybe this isn't a good order right now. How much does this do? 19 damage? That is not a lot. Alright, what else we got? Costs mana though. You create a shield glove. Also costs mana. Attack speed, armor pin, LE pin. Plus 29 LE damage. That's a lot of flat, right? Grab that. Mana on hit, kill, mana on kill, max mana. Guess I'll take that. I'll just try out stuff. Twin bone greater than most powerful bow? I actually have no idea. I don't know what a twin bone is. Do I have that? Yeah, I don't think I have that. Oh, I didn't have enough mana. Constantly out of mana. Nova's like impossible to level with. It seems like it. Seems I don't know, too much cooldown, not enough damage. It seems really hard not to level with arcane missiles. Oh yeah, the mage is great. Can you do the thing where he is like running both directions at the same time? Try in a second. Usually if you get the cursor in the right spot, he'll run in both directions at the same time. It looks really weird. Used to do it on the night all the time. Alright, let's see. Is this character too thin? Or did they fix it? I guess I've only ever done it on the night. I guess book also seems a little wonky because if it AoE hits something, it never kills the second thing because it doesn't like scale the secondary damage. But I guess that would be fixed later. Because it only does 165 to 188 to the secondary target, but the main target is a bigger amount of damage. Guess we can get some of this as well. Level 14. Oh, I never put any more attributes in. What am I doing? Ancestral critical strike chance. We could try to go for that. When do we get mana on hit? Aura effectiveness. Area damage reduction % equal to half of your missing health. Guess I'm just gonna go mana regen. Or maybe attack speed's the play. Because I'm kind of getting like locked by cooldown. Oh, we got Mastery 5. What do we got here? This is the stuff we were looking at earlier. Goes up to a 20% chance. Whenever you cast Book Smash, you also cast a remnant of Book Smash on a random enemy for each non-obliteration emblem you have. So I need to cast something else. And then Book Smash. I guess my stuff would probably be like this then. Book Smash for AoE for now. Ghost Books everywhere, the first one. I was looking at the second one because it was cheap. Pairs well with free Arcane Missile. Nice. Two rares. Help. Send help. The book is kind of chunking right now, though. Oh, I walked into that. Not big chunks, but decent chunks. Yeah, I think if I got like a little bit more. I might invest in this one while I level up this other one. 2% chance is just so low right now. Reach none. I guess I'll just go ahead and start investing in this one. We have a 4% chance. Oh, I have the little things now. Schools of Magic. Cool. Seems to be speeding up a little bit now. Reaching 100% evasion chance is hard as hell. I don't think I've ever tried. Does it have a diminishing return, or there's just not enough evasion to go around? It has to have a diminishing return, right? Or it cuts it each wrath level you go up. You got the epic with a 30% multiplier, and you still have 80%. That's on Wrath 10. You're getting 80% dodge. That seems pretty crazy. It usually does. Like, usually have a... Like I have armor that gives me 44% reduction at Wrath 1, or -1. But if I go higher, it's going to be like basically 0. I think it also applies to evasion. This number over here, yeah, Wrath 1. So it should go down depending on your Wrath level. Because I tried to stack a bunch of armor and then most of it got deleted by going up in Wrath levels. Level 15. Oh, it looks like we got our first ring. Experience gain, okay, I'll take it. Critical strike damage, LE damage, raw damage, sure. Evasion, max life, evasion. Attack speed, LE damage. I guess I should invest in more LE damage. There's our first cloak. We're getting geared. Oh, we have a second ring. I didn't see that one. Going to LE resist. Raw damage, mana leech. Okay, I'll take some mana leech. Cool. Let's see, more attack speed. Totemic dexterity. What else I need to upgrade? Thought something else upgraded. I guess not. Oh, I can just apply more stuff in here. So 6% chance. I don't know if I've even seen it yet. So many enemies right there. I really can't tell if I've seen the ghost book or not. Not sold on it. Do I have enough to just like try out this other one? Yeah, let's try out this one for a second. So we have 3. Oh, that's cool. Alright, so I can do 3 arcane missiles, 1 book. I get 3 books for free. Oh, a Reaper. Staff of the Sharpshooter. What does this one do? This one is... with projectile skills, Reaper damage, multiplier, armor pin, LE pin, when idle. Okay. Evade isn't affected by Wrath. 82% of Wrath 10. I mean, that's great then. For remnant abilities, activate skill effects? I feel like it should. I don't know for certain though. But I also know nothing about Mage, so here we go. I know very little at this point. Starting to get some clear speed. Alright, so we decided these two don't do anything. Slurm find and crit damage. Go to the level. This could be good later. Book smash has minus cooldown time, reduced time is equal to your ancestral strike chance. Uh-oh. We need an ancestral strike chance. I guess Slurm Find can be good right now. I guess I'm just used to having so much extra right now. More of my other characters. Getting skill modifiers 25% faster. I guess this will pay for itself very quickly. We also have 10 levels before we can use our Reaper. It's a bummer. Ooh, another ring. Let's see, what was that ring? Oh, never mind. It's not a ring. It said band, and I thought it was a ring. Whoops. Oh boy, last game to move to the SSD. Cyberpunk is gonna take a bit. Yeah, might take a while. Do you have Windows on your, or Linux on your SSD? Or you're just doing games only? thundering outside. Storm's coming. Valve is putting in work to make Linux players able to play games. That's legit. Somebody's got to do it. We got Time Warp Frank too. Alright, let's see what else we have now. Whenever you cast Time Warp on an enemy, you swap your position with him instead of creating a temporal clone. You have 6% mana reservation. Mana regeneration. Mana regeneration is equal to 1% of your missing mana. That sounds really good. % of your missing mana. That's percent mana regen. That sounds good. I don't see how that's not good. So as we scale up our mana cost, or our mana pool, it's gonna just give us mana regen for free. Starting to clear. Nice. Feels like our clear speed is definitely getting way better. The book build. I guess I should skip most stuff and just concentrate on actual close and breaches. Because I just want Reapers at this point, right? And XP. guy was hiding in the corner. What that was about. Usually the AI is like all over you. Maybe he was distracted from like the previous clone. Then we got a new clone, he didn't change targets. Just chilled. Taking a little break. Clone should die in a hit though, so usually they're not distracted for long. I guess it just happened to work out. Chrono puncture. That's the other melee skill I should maybe check out. Alright, this is the one that got nerfed hardcore. You attack an enemy with a twin blade, sealing the enemy into a timeless prison where he endures pain and suffering for 1,000 years and dealing a massive 2 to 3 skill damage. Okay, yep. He then comes back in the time dimension with a traumatized stack. Remnants of Chrono puncture deal 5,000% of Chrono puncture's damage instead of 50. I'm just gonna try this out because yeah, I don't know. Sounds like something. So what are we doing here? They used to be 10,000. So it does nothing. Wait, how do I proc this? Remnants of Chrono puncture. I don't think I can do anything with it yet, I guess. Yo! Edgeworth 4 with the sub. Dude, Edgeworth, I appreciate it, my man.
Edgeworth just subscribed.
Glad you're liking the content. Dude, I don't even know if you've said anything. You're just rolling in here. Completely silent. Just dropping a sub. Dude, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You have to level it quite a bit before it gets good. Okay, so it might just be really bad right now. It seems like I don't have a way to proc whatever the thing is, right? Like the 10,000 years. 5,000 years in this case. Edgeworth, what's going on, man? Cat's in his little bed. He's moving around a little bit. Now it's apparently bath time. It isn't just good to the remnants. My favorite build right now is Arcane Bond Missile / Puncture. Missile / Puncture. Wait, what is puncture? Oh, Chrono puncture. Okay. Chrono puncture now belongs to the Obliteration School. Chrono punctures, critical strikes apply time lock. Unable to move or cast for 3 seconds, damage dealt to a time lock enemy is lost in time and is delayed until the end of the effect. Time lock cannot be refreshed. Okay. Whenever you hit an enemy with Chrono puncture, you have a 6% chance to trigger a temporal sentence on a random nearby enemy. Temporal sentence deals elemental damage. So you basically have to find some kind of way to get a remnant of this thing. It seems really cool, but not good for me right now. What? What? Deity.
Deity just subscribed.
Deity with a sub, dude. I appreciate it. Cool, coming in here, subbing. I haven't even seen you say anything. Yeah, I'm glad y'all are enjoying the content. I don't know what content y'all are enjoying. I guess it's Slormancer. Maybe saw some guides or something. Either way, I appreciate it. Oh my god. What are y'all doing? Dude, Sworderman gifted a tier 1 sub to Chrono. Oh snap. Chrono, you can't dodge that one. You're now a sub. Congrats, congrats. That's pretty cool actually. It's like a mind over matter thing. Oh Jesus.
Fatality 99 is now following.
Fatality with the follow. You guys are popping off. Oh, you guys have a hype train going. I don't even know how y'all did this. Community sub hits an actual chatter. Oh, that's pretty cool actually. It's like a mind over matter thing. Oh Jesus. Dude, we're up to 21 out of 25 now.
Following.
Oh, Shamar with the follow. Dude, you guys are crazy. But I appreciate it. Crazy in a good way, you know? Like, crazy awesome type of thing. I got a sword now, fight me, chat. You know what to do, chat. Fight this man. Wait, it's not green? It's not green? Need a green sword? Sworderman's got a shield, so... Who wins, the sword or the shield? It's a joke. Wooden shield. It looks like a steel shield to me. It's like, what wins, the unstoppable object or the immovable force? That's what it's like. You have a sword and a shield. Man, I appreciate everyone for the love. I don't know what to say. My sword is Valyrian steel. Sure, dude. And the shield is, oh god, what's that stuff called? Platinum? What's the Wakanda metal? What? What'd you say? Oh, it's vibranium. That's right. There you go. It's a vibranium shield. What wins, Valyrian steel or vibranium shields? Who knows? Vibranium? I could not think of it. I was thinking like ultimadium. Like, that's not right. Uno Botanium from Avatar. I haven't seen that movie in so long. Probably never will watch it again. Request a bazooka as a sub badge. Then I'll win all the time. You want a noob tube? You just want to noob tube people? That's not right. At least get people with the knife. The knife makes you run faster. Knife is cool. Hey, these guys are outside of the limits. Sirs, can you come back? Can you come back? What about Mithril? What should I do here? What do you think of the big bouncing ball builds on mages? I think orbs are really good. Chrono put out a bouncing ball mage build. Use a book on them? Oh, I was like, oh my god, you're a genius. And then nothing happened. Okay, I guess we need to somehow die. I don't want to. I don't want to leave. I guess I have to leave. That's lame. Lame? Okay. Is attack speed still worth it? I don't think so. I think I'm gonna switch back to like elemental damage. Oh, I have to move further away. It would have opened. Oh well, too late now. I missed the opportunity, I guess. You won the claims in the 2 videos the guy stole from you? Yeah, you should win. I mean, they're your videos. But I'm glad you won. Like, that would be crazy if you actually got something from it. Definitely win. Alright, is any of this gear any good that we got? Crit chance and mana leech, that seems better. Belly damage. We still can't get overdrive, so we're like... Our weapon is not doing anything good here. Mana regen, raw damage, we have LE damage. Ooh, max life and armor. Or should I keep the XP gain? I want the stats. I want the real stats. LE damage. Oh, we already have that. Max mana evasion. Max life thorn, life regeneration. I guess it's like the same kind of stuff. Yeah, ban his YouTube account? Yeah, I guess they would do that. I don't know. You would hope. So at max rank we get 35%. Oh, we unlocked the thing. Arcane Missiles has a pierce chance, fork chance, and rebound chance equal to the highest among the 3 stats. What? That's insane. I mean, it's terrible for me right now, but you basically get 3 stats for the price of 1? That seems crazy. Whenever you cast Arcane Missiles, you also cast a remnant of Arcane Missiles a few moments later. I'm gonna go with that because I actually can use that. That seems absolutely crazy. Alright, we got 9 on that. Let's see if there's any other Ancestral Legacy stuff we can upgrade. Mana on hit, mana on kill. Or no, 1% mana on hit, 2% mana on hit, 4% mana on kill, 1% max mana. These don't work like I'm thinking they do they? It doesn't actually sustain me. Mana on hit is 0, and then we added 2% so it does nothing. Mana on kill is 4. Wait, how do I get mana on kill? I thought that gave me 4%. It just gives me 4. Oh, it says percent, but it actually gives me 4 flat. So that's not right. Wait, check all the skills or missile quickly. Can you cast more than one? Instead of casting arcane missiles, you now create an arcane clone that continuously casts arcane missile. Whenever you cast well, I guess you'd want to keep this one, so you're talking about these. If you have Emblem of Obliteration, no. Time lock. Arcane missile is now cast in a line. Elemental penetration. Whenever it hits an enemy affected by time lock, it deals lost in time damage. Arcane missiles can no longer have additional projectiles. Arcane missiles deals increased damage for each additional projectile you can throw. So you can't get additional projectiles with it, it just doesn't come with any. So if you got it on gear, like using the shoulders, you get another +3. So that would be something. So you get 4 projectiles that way. Maybe you can get some projectiles in one of these. I don't actually know. But that seems pretty nuts, honestly. Pierce, fork, and rebound equal to your highest. It'd basically be exactly like the Huntress build, except you wouldn't need as many stats on your gear. That seems pretty wild. Bouncy missile build incoming. Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty good. I'm not gonna do it because, yeah, basically just did that on the Huntress for a week. But it might be really good. Oh, our first blue item. We got here, raw damage thorns, max mana armor. Yikes! Save some good stats for the rest of us. I should level my knight. It's good to have the knight. The knight definitely cares about having the other 2 characters leveled for one of his little abilities. You get crit damage equal to the combined levels of the other 2 classes. Which is one reason I wanted to level the knight and the huntress. To get that 80 crit damage. Yo, hey, just for info, the clones are good to level arcane missile mastery. You can have 3 in each hit. They do. Oh, they all count as like a cast for yourself, even though it's the clone. Oh, that's really cool. You could level up a lot of stuff that way really quickly, I think. Depending on what all you can get the clones to cast. Ah. So when can I even try to get that? The next mastery? Yeah, okay. That sounds cool. And it'll make my arcane missiles into like a turret, so I don't have to sit here and spam. Seems real good. Got a blue cloak as well. Is this better? Movement speed, LE resist, life regen. That's good enough. Good enough. I don't know if I'd call it better, but it is good enough. There we go, level 18. 7 more and we can start the overdrive. See how, like, good or awful it can be. I have faith that it can work. It feels like a lot of stuff is viable. Maybe not always optimal. It maybe needs like crazy investment. But I've seen a lot of legendaries that have overdrive stuff. I don't know how well they're all going to work together, but it's something. need to eventually revisit my knight, because I want to redo the build at some point. See if some other reapers will work out. But I'm probably going to be playing the mage for a little while. Doing some Huntress optimizations off stream. We thought we were going to unlock our Primordial weapon tonight, but didn't quite work out the way we thought. I missed a key little bit of information that after you unlock those Primordials, you have to also get them to max level. Are you looking for any Reapers in particular? No, not really. So basically what I've kind of decided for the character, I was just going to build a character around the first Reaper I found, which actually ended up being this overdrive one. So we might just be making an overdrive build. Oh, it actually gives me overdrive chance. I didn't even see that. Critical strikes have 100% overdrive chance. Oh, so I just need to be stacking crit. Okay, cool. What's the max for them? They're both level 50, so I mean I can get it done tomorrow. I just the plan for the stream was like, alright, I'm gonna get that done like in the first, 30 minutes. I'm gonna have the weapon, I'm gonna try like one expedition with it and see how that is. And then I was gonna go into leveling the mage, but instead it was like unlock the second primordial, and it's like, oh, I need, combined 100 levels. But that's not bad. It's gonna be pretty quick to get them done. It's just I wasn't expecting it. Because it's like, originally you have to level both of them to 50, then it unlocks a new weapon, and then you have to get 4,200 kills on both those weapons, and then it unlocks the primordial versions, and now I have to level up those to level 50, and it's going to unlock the primordial or the aura fusion weapon. All just to see if it's better than the regular version. So, okay, that means I also need to look out for critical strike chance. It's a big one right now. Does any of this stuff have critical strike chance? You have to get the 40,000 kills on the one you unlock, or 2 or no? No, you don't have to do that. I really hope not. It didn't say, at least. Until I have it done, I can't really say with 100% certainty what you have to do. But it should just be level regulars to 50, get 4,200 kills on the regular, and then level the primordials to 50, and then it unlocks. Which is a lot of kills. I mean, usually you get your primordial after leveling it up one time and getting 4,200 kills, but you basically have to do double. And if I would have known that was how you unlocked it, I guess I would have already started unlocking those earlier, because my actual regular Reaper is level 97. So I basically leveled it to full, and now I'm going to level another thing. Alright, any more critical strike chance, I think. So I'm going to go this one now. We're just changing everything all the time. We get critical strike damage and evasion. Seems decent. So it should bring me up to 17% crit. Yeah, so now we have at least a little bit decent chance to crit here, to get overdrive. If I'm reading this right, let's read it again. +3 overdrive bounce number, 5.2% overdrive chance. Critical strikes have 100% overdrive chance. Okay. saw some crits. But I just can't really tell. If overdrive stuff is happening. The difference between the normal and primordial. The primordial has a new ability that activates when you pick up gold that sends out a golden overdrive orb that is based off of your gold is find, which I have around 500%, so it should be 500% increased damage. And from the looks of it, as I tested it on the gold scourge, it's going to send out a ton of projectiles. And if that's any good, it's going to give me more damage / more gold. The downside of using the primordial is it gets rid of your life leech, your life when hit, and your life regeneration, so you have to figure out another way to get life, but you actually gain life when you pick up gold with the weapon as well, so it kind of, I don't know if that's going to be comparable to the leech or not. It's just something I have to test out, so I'm a little skeptical that it's going to be worth it, but I'm kind of too close at this point to like stop. I'm getting the Slorm that I keep picking up confused with the overdrive. Alright, let's finish off the Slorm stuff if we can. Try to get more book damage. Interfires in overdrive triggered by book smash deal additional damage. Damage equal to 10% of your thorns. I need to start grabbing that. And I need to, I guess, look out for thorns as well. Not 100% that's a good idea, but I can at least get some early damage with thorns. If I can find it. If I can find it. Thorns damage, there we go. Alright, let's try that. Have you found any evolving Slorm Reapers yet? I know the one of the ones for Mage is like a butterfly larva. I haven't really leveled up too many. I've only done the, what's it called? The Mana Bender. I got the Primordial for it, and now I have the Primordial for Gold Scourge and Slormbane. That's all I've done. There's quite a few, like, evolve ones. If you want to know which ones evolve, you can actually go to the Wepo decks, and the ones that have gray lines between them evolve. So we know like this Adam Nostrous bow evolves twice. This Thornbite bow evolves once. You know, different stuff like that. The gold-plated bow will evolve. But I haven't evolved them all. I know like all the stuff has been figured out, but I don't know what they all do. Fine, Bracers had something. Critical strike chance. Mine also has critical strike chance. Okay. And I like the book dropping the 3. If I have the correct, what is this stuff called? The correct, the correct emblems. Ooh, we got some arcane mastery. Want to try out these clones, so let's go for that. Oh, they don't give me little things though. How many clones can I have? Just one? The emblem mechanic for the mage is way more interesting than harming or whatever for the huntress. Yeah, that's the serenity mechanic. It doesn't seem like there's too much support for it yet. And it's always like either when you hit the bottom or you hit the top of serenity. It wants you to like use multiple skills, but it just kind of... Huntress is really good at using one skill. I'm sure there's other Huntress builds that like might utilize it more, but all I've really seen is like turret builds and arrow shot builds. I guess there's explosive arrow build as well. I don't think anyone's done like a full-on rain of arrows build, which actually sounds like it'd be pretty fun because it just pulls all the enemies in, and the more projectiles you get, the more damage it does. Yeah, I don't really like the clones right now. Whenever you cast arcane missiles, you gain an arcane stack up to 1. You lose all your arcane stacks. If you reach the stack limit, arcane missile gain additional projectile for each arcane stack you have. Oh, okay. So there is a way to get it, but it's in the same row. I mean, I guess I'll still take it. Sounds pretty good. Just to get some extra projectiles for right now. There's only one that is useful, the lifesteal 3% when green. What gives you that? I forgot how you proc everything. Or like what skill that's in. I missed a portal somewhere. So we're doing the walk of shame. There we go. Stab, okay. Yeah, it sounds like it would work pretty well with stab, because you could just continuously cast stab and get 3% leech. Which, that's a ton of leech. That's like way more leech than you would ever need. So it's really just one affix on gear. Because you can get that as a magic stat on gloves, or like an epic stat on like anything. I don't actually know if that would be worth it. After my full evasion stab build, I'll try an armor one. It should be pretty easy to switch to armor, because you can just use that chest that gives you an evasion multiplier, and then it converts all your evasion into armor. Oh, leeches only with poisons? But would the regular life leech stat do that? Leech poisons as well? So I feel like it wouldn't, since they're not a hit. So I think life leech says something about direct damage from hits. So maybe it is necessary to have. And Reaper level 14. So far the problem with the overdrive is I can't see it. I can't tell if anything is happening with it. I remember what it looks like from the night, but I don't feel like I've seen it. I just see Slorm. The build you made is nutty with effects. So does the effects actually work with the astral abilities? Oh no, for oh right, remnants. Okay, just checking in case that did work. Seems like it'd be pretty good. Alright, so we picked up something that had something on it, crit chance, but kind of low. It does have LE damage. I don't want to keep my leech though. See, but I decided to use Arcane Pulse and apply Arcane Bond, and I'm using Staff of Affliction, which scales dot with max mana and Arcane Breach, percent mana for each enemy inside the AoE. Man, I know what some of these things do. Oh man, we got a lot to learn. Oh, we got level 3. Alright, let's continue to get some of this stuff. Evasion, armor pin. I guess it's alright. Oh, that's pretty cool actually. It's like a mind over matter thing. Oh, Jesus.
Study breaks is now following.
Yo, study breaks with the follow. Dude, appreciate it. What's that circle rotating thing on the bottom left? Oh, that is your element. What's it called? Your emblem. So emblem is a school of magic. The mage gets an emblem from the 3 different schools of magic when you cast a mage skill. So arcanic, temporal, and obliteration. Whenever you cast one of them, you get the emblem of the skill school of magic. And then when emblems are used by some upgrades to trigger various effects. You don't have it on yours because you don't have anything that cares about it. You have to have something that cares about it before these things show up on the different classes. There's also Serenity on the Huntress. It doesn't show up until you grab one of the talents that cares about it. Which I think confuses a lot of people, so maybe they should change that. Yeah, no problem, dude. Oh, I didn't know the book was an AoE attack. You have to kind of make it an AoE attack. So this one here makes it to where it does smaller amounts of damage to enemies in a radius, but the normal damage is a little higher. And this here, if I cast other type of emblem abilities, it will do it to where it activates 3 of them. But didn't do it there. Baraka flies with the follow, dude, appreciate it. So I'm doing 3 arcane missiles, then I can do the book, and it does the 3 different ones. That's kind of cool. Usually, it just hits one enemy. It was very lackluster when we first started this this mage. But now it's looking a little better. Yeah, so once I grabbed that, it showed up. When I didn't have it, I wonder if I can just unspec it and it goes away. Yeah, when I unspec it, it goes away. When I respec it, it comes back. So. You just have to have something that cares about it. So if you're worried because you don't have it, it just doesn't matter. Like, you just don't have anything that cares about it. Just started playing the game yesterday as a mage. Archers can be a pain in the butt when fighting elite monsters. Yeah, I could see that. I've heard a lot of complaints about elite archers. I haven't gotten to the end game yet, so I'm not really sure how I'm gonna fare as a mage versus those in the end game, but they haven't been terrible quite yet. May just have to build more, like, defense. Which is fine. I like playing tanky characters, so this will probably be a tanky mage. If such a thing is even possible. Thorns damage and retaliation. Kinda want the thorns damage. Kinda at that point, like, when do I, like, full on go for the overdrive damage? And see if it's a thing that can happen. So we only have 10% of our thorns damage right now. So 10% of like 30 damage is nothing currently. No need for tanking if you kill everything before it hits you. Yeah, I'm just saying. I like playing tanky builds that can take a hit. I'll just have to get creative how I can do that on this character. Does totem affect clones? No, it doesn't. They're 2 like separate things. If I put that on, what's my thorns damage? So now I have thorns damage. Now this gives 6 additional damage. Alright, let's finish off the Reaper gain, or the Slorm gain. I'm gonna need that. And we never grabbed anything in here. After using Time Warp, you may recast Time Warp during the 3 seconds to swap your position with a temporal clone. Okay. After using Time Warp, as long as you have at least 1 non-temporal emblem, you may recast Time Warp during 3-second cooldown. If Time Warp is increased by 3 seconds every time you recast Time Warp, okay. Whenever you gain life from Life Leech, Life on Hit, or Life on Kill, gain the same amount of mana. Seems pretty decent. So you can turn Life Leech into Life Leech and Mana Leech. And Totem Effect. That's the skills I use to get like 12 clones. Oh, I see. Yeah, you just keep teleporting constantly. Interesting. I don't actually care about any of those right now. Let's try to get some more book damage. I guess I should have finished this one off. So I need 6.7k to finish that one off. Hope the staff is worth it. Leveling to see. I feel like eventually we're just gonna have every staff leveled. Or every like thing leveled between all the characters. I don't know if I'll ever do the Aura Fusion one again. Because it's just a pain. At least the Primordial version is a pain. But I'll at least have it done for one character. Mastery level 6. We might get new stuff. Now that I have no Slorm anymore. That's fine. We'll fix that. The Mage animation does look cool. Like, she's walking around with her hands in her pockets. Where's the last portal? Down here? Man, my clone is just taking shots from that guy. He's talking about the Staff of Affliction. Alright, what we got? We got the Book Smash, minus cooldown time, reduced cooldown time is equal to your ancestral strike chance. Alright, so we can't really do anything with that. I needed 6.7 for something in here. Did I already get it? Wait, what was I missing? Oh, this one here. There we go. I need 8,000 for that one. And I just don't have enough points in all these. I think at level 25 we'll do a gear upgrade and see what we can do. So I saw a crit there, but I didn't see an overdrive come out of it. I wonder if it's not working. So we have 17% chance to crit. We're attacking with the book. The book is a melee. Overdrive chance is 5.6, but it also has critical strike chance. Critical strikes have 100% overdrive chance. So every crit should activate overdrive, but I don't feel like it is. Unless I just can't see it. Oh, there it was. Okay. Well, that was weird. It's like the first time I've seen or heard that. I'm still like critting, right? I feel like I just heard it there. Alright, so maybe I just need more crit. It's It's kind of hard to tell with the numbers. Is there a way I can do just criticals? Display hero damage, crit only. Okay, so now we'll be able to tell. Alright, so there was a crit. That was a crit, but nothing happened. It was just waiting for you to question it. It definitely doesn't feel like it's doing as much as it should. Alright, we gotta get a crit on here. Let's do a couple of these. We'll have a bunch of books. We got a couple crits, but I didn't see anything. Okay, we need to try the other ability. Alright, we can try it for a moment, just to see. See if we can notice it. There was a crit. I definitely see the thing going. So that's annoying. Got another crit. Got more crits. Okay. Let's switch back to the book. This doesn't seem to be working correctly. What do you guys think? Oh, that's pretty cool actually. It's like a mind over matter thing. Oh Jesus! See, that one happened. I'm testing to see if overdrive on book is working correctly. Also, thank you for the follow. Seems to be activating consistently on the melee range. Oh, you think it's just melee range? So if I'm using a melee skill from very far away, it's not going to work? But if I'm up close, it works? That might be correct. Let's see, change the trigger and overdrive effect when you've hit an enemy with a melee skill. The excess of power in your melee takes shape and targets up to 5 nearby enemies, dealing damage to enemy hit. Which is basically 0 damage, but we might scale it at some point. So, let's see. Let's try up close versus far away. Okay, let's get some enemies. I didn't see any there. We had one crit. Okay, that was a crit, but he died, so it's kind of hard to tell. Alright, that activated. So then far away. So that crit, but nothing happened. I haven't used overdrive with book smash, but it definitely has worked for me with other range skills. Well, according to my weapon, it should be 100% of the time that I crit. I only have 17% chance to crit, but like it should just be happening more often, I feel. Okay, it activated on that one. Maybe I'm just not noticing it. Overdrive doesn't work on single target. Okay. That kind of makes it really awkward then. Oh, that's pretty
So inner fire is the one that works on single target.
Oh Jesus.
Jonas Claytle is now following.
Yo, Jonas Claytle with the follow. Yeah, I guess I was getting mixed up with the single target only. Okay, I definitely heard it that time. And that time. So maybe I just need more crit. And always be hitting multiple things. Overdrive isn't going to work with your current specs. Then besides books. It would also work with this, the Chrono puncture. But I think that's about the only two that are melee. But I mean, if we go in here, it has like some support for it. We have Interfire and Overdrive triggered by Book Smash, deal 9 additional damage. I have to stack Thorns to do that, but I might build around this. I don't know how far we can go with that, but we can try it. I also might get to the point where this weapon is worse than like the Thorns weapon. It does have a nice bounce number. But I don't know if the bounce number is worth it versus just going like for Thorns to get that added flat damage higher. But we'll see. I mean, might just change to a completely different version, not do overdrive, but it seemed like it would be interesting. Not being able to do things single target is kind of sad in that regard. I have to figure out like a whole different way to kill single target stuff if I'm like scaling everything with overdrive. Unless there's some legendary that changes how it works or something. So we need some research. But till then, we'll just experiment. I wonder if the other ability has any support for overdrive. Because I could just do like books and the Chrono trigger. Let's see real quick. So, obliteration. Critical strikes apply time lock. What was this one? Temporal Senatine. Some Minergen. Stacks. Whenever you hit an enemy with Chrono puncture, you gain Chrono Manamorphous. Stack, grant you 2% max mana for the next 5 seconds. Can stack up to 7 times, okay. Whenever you hit an enemy with Chrono puncture, you gain a Chrono Armor stack, grant you 3% armor for the next 5 seconds. Can stack up to 25 times, Jesus. Whenever you hit an enemy with Chrono puncture, you gain a Chrono Empower stack that lasts 5 seconds. The next mage skill you cast from a different school of magic than Chrono puncture deals 5% increased damage for each stack of Chrono Empower. You can stack up to 6 times. Whenever you hit an enemy with this, grants a stack, granting 2% attack speed for the next 5 seconds, can stack up to 6 times. I'm testing new build in W10. Cool idea though. If I had to guess, Thorn Weapon would be superior since AoE is rarely the issue from what I've found. Yeah, it seems like the other weapon might be better. Unless there's some other overpower thing to build around. It might just be better because that just seems like a large way to get free raw damage by going thorns with thorns damage. But I could just drop this and maybe this would work. Chance to trigger Remnant of Chrono Puncture. Okay. Arcane Bond. Inner Fire chance. So, I mean, Chrono Puncture triggers Inner Fire. The book also has the damage gets to Inner Fire and Overdrive. So maybe you could go Inner Fire if they, if that's good enough. Traumatize can stack up to 4 times. Chrono Puncture's damage is doubled for each stack of Traumatize. Whenever you kill a traumatized enemy, trigger Temporal Sentence. Yep, okay. Whenever you hit an enemy, effective Arcane Bond. All your mana is consumed and refunded. Wait, refunded to you a split second later, okay. Whenever you leech mana from an enemy with Chrono Puncture, if your mana is full, you create a Chrono Burst dealing daily damage to enemies nearby within a 0.5 yard radius. Okay. Stack limit of Chrono Speed, Chrono Armor, Chrono Empower, and Chrono Metamorphosis is increased by 1. Stack limit, okay. Chrono Puncture has a 1% melee recast chance. And whenever you hit an enemy affected by Time Lock with Chrono Puncture, it increases the loss in time damage of your target by 1%. So yeah, not seeing any overdrive support. So I guess it would either be like go full thorns to get raw damage for overdrive and inner fire. I guess you would just have both of them. But this weapon then doesn't seem as good because it's just overdrive, so you'd probably want the thorn staff. Which I mean I don't have yet, but I also have to see what this Primordial staff actually does to see if maybe it fixes itself or fixes the problem with overdrive, or if there's legendaries that fix the problem with overdrive, where it can't proc off single target, or it's only activated from melee abilities. Maybe there's some other way you can proc it. Maybe there's nothing to do. But I think I'm gonna take a slight break. Look, needed to feed the cats, and yeah, I'll be back in a few. There are a ton of legendaries that support overdrive that'll help with the issues somewhat. Yeah, I just need to read through them. I think there are maybe some ways around it. So I just don't want to commit to the build until I kind of see how I can work it in game. I found it quite lackluster on a knight, but I haven't tried it on the mage. I gotta hop in my stream later and see this chain reaction. Okay, I'll try to remember to check that out. Do you have VODs? Because I might just check the VOD. Kind of depends what time I go offline. But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a few. Alright, and we're back. So, I think I want to take a moment to actually look at some of the in-game items and see what we can do. See what kind of overdrive items there are. So let's take a look. Shouldn't take too long. Wow, there's only 4 things. Okay, so we have overdrive bounce number multiplier, overdrive damage multiplier. Whenever you deal overdrive damage, if there are no other possible targets for overdrive, it deals 50% increased damage for every possible bounce left. But you still can't proc it on a single target, right? It's kinda... Oh, there's only 3 items. Yikes. Okay, well that was short-lived. What about book? Book smash critical strikes trigger 3 book smashes from random nearby enemies. That sounds great. And that's the only book smash one. So when you get a crit, you deal 3 more. Could be good. I still like Book Smash. Let's see what else we can get with Book Smash. Book Smash cooldown time. Cooldown time is equal to your ancestral strike chance. So if we got 100% ancestral strike chance, it would have a 0 cooldown. Which I don't know if you can get that much, but you can maybe get like 50%, 50% plus. Which could be pretty sick. Oh, what's that site? That is, I'll link it in chat. It has the list of all the legendaries and the Slorm Reapers. Oh, which is actually something I should have looked at. Let's look at the Slorm Reapers for a second. And see what this one actually does at max level. Mind if you link the VOD? It starts 50 seconds in. Yeah, I can check it out in a second. Vindictive Slam. What am I looking for? Overdrive, right? This is the overdriving sword. When you look at the spreadsheet, let's see. Spreadsheet. Let's look at the Slorm Reaper list plus spoilers for the Primordial. So what is this one called? Overdriving. I should have known. Oh, do people not? It hasn't been discovered or whatever? Yikes. Alright, let's check the Discord. See if someone knows. Overdriving. I don't think anyone has done it. So I just don't know what the Primordial is. Don't know. Okay, well. That's awkward. Alright, well let's see what else is even possible. Whenever you cast Book Smash, if all your emblems are the same school of magic, Book Smash deals elemental damage per emblem to its target. 20% plus 5 per rank. I was looking for the Primordial Overdrive Sword, or Overdriving Staff or whatever, to see what it actually does. But it seems like no one knows. No one's done it. Book Smash deals increased damage for each inner fire currently rotating around you. 10% increased damage for each inner fire. I know there's some inner fire support. You can get like plus 5 maximum inner fires. So you gotta have 100% increased damage. Book Smash applies time lock effect that has no duration. The next time you cast Book Smash, instead of dropping a big large book or triggering any other effect, the time lock effect ends. This does not work on elites, okay? Whenever you cast Book Smash, the cooldown time is reduced by 1% for each temporal emblem you have, and its mana cost is reduced by 2 for each arcane emblem you have. Doesn't seem that good. I guess it's for each, right? Its cooldown time is reduced by 10% for each temporal. So we had 3 temporal. 30%? or mana cost reduction. Book Smash has an additional +4 melee recast chance for each non-obliteration emblem you have. And it's obliteration, so you have to cast 3 things and cast it, and it would have 13% melee recast chance? Yeah, everything evolves. Oh, you salvage your level 9 gloves? Oh god. That's the worst. Okay, yeah, I don't know about overdrive. Maybe there's some inner fire memes. Maybe we can stay with the book. But I think it's a good idea to switch away from this Reaper for now. Staff of Ferocious Affinity. Raw damage equal to your mana. Whenever you deal damage to an enemy, you have a 0.3 chance to afflict him, dealing elemental damage over 10 seconds. Afflict damage equal to 100% of your mana left. So that's the one you were trying out. I mean, I was thinking about just putting on the most powerful staff, but this one actually sounds cooler. Gives me raw damage. Well, I guess if I'm switching from overdrive, this doesn't do anything anymore until I get inner fire triggers. So I could switch back to that. Do Knight or Huntress use overdrive inner fire? I think every class has some mention about it, but I don't know if any of them have enough to actually like use it as a main source of damage. But they all have something to do with it. I guess the Knight has the most stuff. Guess we can see what the afflict damage looks like. What's the chance on it again? 0.3% chance to afflict him. And that's going to increase 0.3 per level. So at level 100 it's going to be 30%. Guess it's not awful. And at level 155 it's going to be 45-ish. Great for a dot build, yeah. Huh. This is just such a boring staff. I feel like I should keep this one just to see it work in action. Yeah, why not? Let's see. Yeah, that's the issue with the most powerful and like the Fury and stuff like that. All it is just, here's generic damage. Love to do something a little more interesting. Loveliness of Warren. Yeah, I mean, it's just, luckily you don't have to like re-roll your characters if you want to play a new build, so that's kind of cool. Wasn't there some gear that's synergized with applying status effects on enemies? Yeah, probably. I think Kinky Gore was making some kind of affliction build. I like the idea of book, but I don't know. It seems like a lot to try to... I haven't done the math yet, right? But it seems like a lot. 30% of your thorns. I guess it'll eventually go to 100% of my thorns. Gets applied as flat damage. But I really don't know how much thorns it can get to really know if this inner fire is gonna hit like a truck or it's gonna do like no damage. Because there's some way to get another +5 inner fires. I don't remember exactly how. Yeah, there is the staff that does the thorns damage. I haven't found that yet. There's some thorn support in the purple subclass. So there's retaliation. Whenever an enemy deals damage to you, you restore mana equal to 35% of the damage dealt. Interesting. Book Smash and Chrono Puncture have additional +6 critical strike chance. Whoa, hold the phone and get some free crit. You have +40% damage over time. Astral Barrier. Arcane Clones have infinite inner fire rotating around them. Whoa. But is it 5 of them? Critical strike silence the enemies for the next 1 second. Unable to cast skills. That seems like whoa. What does the Staff of the Larvae do? Yeah, I think they have it on the sheet. I just don't remember off the top of my head. It evolves 3 times and it's terrible until you get it to the 3rd stage. That's what I remember. So clones, we could do inner fire with clones. Seems like a lot more inner fire support. Which I guess is fine, because this is inner fire and overdrive. Maybe I was just trying too hard to look at overdrive because I had found that weapon that only does overdrive stuff. The purple subclass, let's look at some more. Whenever you cast Arcane Barrier, whenever Arcane Barrier catches a projectile, it applies Arcane Bond to the caster. Arcane Bond deals elemental damage every second equal to 100% of the mana you've cast. Okay, that's that thing. Whenever an enemy deals damage to you, it has a 6% chance to be time locked. It goes up to 10. Okay. Whenever Arcane Barrier ends, projectiles caught now merge to create a unique reconstructed missile, dealing the damage of every projectile caught in the skill barrier to enemies hit. And they have 100% increased damage. Okay. Your Arcane Clones have 12% attack speed. Arcane Bond also deals elemental damage to its target over the duration. Arcane Barrier now catches projectiles that pass by within a 3-yard radius. Remnants of skills have 2% critical strike chance. Okay. Armor equal to 2% of your max mana. That's cool. That's kind of interesting to me. Where you can scale mana to scale armor. And then after you scale armor, you can go to the attributes and you can scale resist off of it. Scale everything for mana. That sounds pretty cool. Any idea what levels it evolves? I don't know. I'd have to look at the sheet. Attack speed, melee damage during the duration. Okay, so where were we? Critical strike chance, armor thing. Sounds interesting to me. Instead of casting Arcane Barrier, you now create an Arcane Clone that will cast Arcane Barrier instead. Okay. You control 1 additional Arcane Clone. You have 156% retaliation, equal to your critical strike damage. Maybe you go like a Thorns Retaliate Mage. The only issue with that is like stuff has to hit you constantly. Arcane Bond always deals the highest possible damage between the damage it should do and the damage it previously did. Okay. Your melee skills deal 0% increased damage equal to your melee damage reduction. Okay. Your projectiles, same thing. Area effects, same thing. That's interesting. Okay. Another clone. That's the same thing. Okay. Arcane Bond also deals elemental damage every second equal to 7% of the mana you have restored during that second. 7% of the damage dealt to you is dealt to your mana instead of your life. Goes up to 25%. I kind of like that. I mean, that sounds really good paired with this armor thing. So you scale your max mana, you get a bunch of armor. Through the attributes, you get a bunch of LA resist. Here you get like mind over matter for 25%. There's also that unique that you get another at least 11%, and it scales with the reinforce. So you might be able to get 50% of the damage goes to your mana, and like also have really good resist. That sounds like some tankiness I can get behind. I just don't know what to do with this. Like, what skill do you use with all this tankiness? Alright, well, we got some ideas, don't we? We've got more ideas for defense than offense, so... maybe the build will just end up being a Chrono trigger build. Yeah, there was like one Thorns thing, but there was like 2 Retaliate things. Use the beam skill. I gotta read all these. Alright, I'll look at it later. Can you actually clear fast with beam skill? I might have to just like read every single talent. I'm not gonna bore you guys reading every single talent and whatnot, but I'm gonna have to go through all of it and just read. I'm not gonna play the character off stream yet. I want to do all the leveling on stream and figure all that stuff out. I think that is meta with clone. Oh, I don't want to play the meta. I'm gonna make the new meta. Gotta make the new meta. So if I'm doing mind over matter, scaling mana, it gives me armor. From armor, I get LA resist. What Storm Reaper gives me damage based off my mana? Isn't there one? Because I could use that. And depending on what that weapon says, I can build around that. So I want to scale mana, and then wear items to make... No, not mana vendor, that's mana regen. There's a different one. Let me check my Reapers. Let's see what we got here. Alright, so I know I have all the swords. XP, raw damage, thorns. Oh, it might be this one. Oh wait, no, that's the one we just looked at. I guess it does do afflict damage equal to 100% of your mana left. So that might be one thing. Alright, keep that one in mind. 30 feet. Whenever you hit an enemy with your primary or secondary skill, you have a 5% chance to trigger Vindictive Slam. Ooh, Vindictive Slam could be cool. You have to scale your life though. Which I guess if I'm scaling all this other defensive stuff, I probably should scale my life. Alright, that one's kind of interesting to me. That might be one. Life Bender, no. Mana Bender, no. Nibble Warrior, no. Go to the Larvae, I don't actually know what it does at max level. Ancestral Legacy. Reaper damage. Power Crystals. Crystal Shards can deal ancestral damage and trigger critical strike effects and ancestral strike effects. Crystal Shards have a critical strike chance and an ancestral strike chance equal to yours. Alright, that one also sounds cool. That's another contender. Overdriving Sword. Slorm Sword, Gold Sword. Lightning resist, LE damage, movement speed. Lightning imbued skills deal 1% increased damage per level. Cooldown on your skills are reduced by 2% every time you walk. I thought that was an interesting one, just for the cooldown as you walk 1 yard. I don't know how much you can abuse that though. Light resist, increase shield gold value, light imbued skills. I don't think you can imbue your skills, can you? Oh, maybe there isn't a mana one. Man. Thorns, yeah. Thorns is kind of not exciting, right? Alright. Let's see this this clip real quick. What? Okay. Let's try again. 50 seconds, okay. Can't even tell what's happening. So it's pulling everything in and putting in lots of debuffs. And then eventually all explodes. It's pretty neat looking. Got some wild interactions going on. Alright. Oh, I guess we can look at the larvae thing while we're here. Larva. We can find it. Did they just not have it on here? They must have it on the Discord. Larva weapon max evolved. Okay, here we go. Open link. Oh god, this is such a terrible picture. But let's see. It does movement speed, LE damage multiplier, so that's pretty big. Gives you a regardless effect, 5% LE damage for every negative effect on enemies within a 2-yard radius. Larvae and chrysalis effects are now positive. Skills in your primary and secondary slots apply exhaustion to enemies hit, dealing 0.3% elemental damage per level, elemental damage per tick for the next 4 seconds. The duration is equal to your movement speed. And you get the sleeping powder. Enemies affected by exhaustion become asleep, are unable to move or cast skills for the next 8 seconds. Hitting a sleeping enemy wakes him up. Seems cool. I don't feel like doing it, but seems cool. You saw it on Reddit. Reaper damage isn't bad. Well, I found 2 contenders of Slurm Reapers I'd want to build around. The crystal one, and I've already forgot what the other one was, but one of those 2 sounded pretty cool. I thought there was one that cared about your mana. Maybe there's just skills that care about your mana. Ah, you're leveling it as we speak. Nice. There is one that uses mana. Do you know the name of it? It's only ferocious affinity, I'm sure. Okay. Okay, well, I at least got that one. Which also means I probably want to switch to purple. Let's switch to purple. What's purple actually even do? You create a barrier in front of you that catches up to 3 projectiles. Alright, I gotta see what this looks like. Okay. That's not what I expected. Once the barrier ends, con projectiles are shot back. Hold to channel barrier. Okay. Alright, not in love with it so far. Don't want to do much of that. Whenever an enemy deals damage to you, you restore mana equal to that of the damage dealt. Alright, that sounds sweet. Because I'm doing that with the Mind Over Matter thing. That's just like free. It's like basically a Ring of Transmutation. That's my mastery. I never used the actual barrier though. Yeah, I don't think I would either. It looks kind of terrible. Yeah, alright, this sounds cool to me. I'm not going to rank it up too much yet though. So I just need to like walk in combat and use it every so often. Or I guess it like... yeah, whatever. I'll just walk in combat and use it every so often. God, this character is going to be tanky. I just don't know how to deal damage yet. You literally never use your barrier. Nice. Well, we're gonna have the tankiest mage possible. That's what it's looking like. Might still randomly get one shot, but there will be a chance. I gotta read what my weapon does again. You get raw damage. Raw damage equal to your mana. Okay, cool. So I want to change things up in here. So interfire chance, you're out of here. Interfire damage, overdrive, overdrive, overdrive. We're looking for mana. That's really about it. I don't even know about critical strike chance. Let's look at the books now that we're like dropping thorns. We're not doing that. Yeah, we already switched it. We made it AoE. Don't know if I want to switch to another skill yet. I haven't looked at all this stuff. I'll just wait to switch. I'm sure there's some other better skill. But until then, we're just gonna level up this stuff. The AFK build. AFK build? What do you mean? I ain't gonna be AFKing with this build. We're gonna be killing stuff. We're just also not gonna die. I hate dying. Dying's the worst. Slorm Reaper level 8. We're popping off. I need to scale mana like hardcore. Someone in my Discord said they got the staff Primordial at like 20k kills. They're a liar. Actual liar, right? Can you get mage Legos if you roll Legos on your ranger, for example, at the shop? No, you cannot. I'd have to go with my mage. We got some damage now. Now we're scaling some mana. Using a weapon that actually gives us stats. Leveling Reaper is based on XP gain, not necessarily kill count. I don't know if that's true. I think it's the other way around. Because I have 3 Reapers, and they all turned Reaper at 4200. So, I mean, this one was level 50 at like 5k kills. Oh, well. Wait, where are my bows? Oh, right. These over here. So these are 42k kills, but they're level 50. But they had like 5k kills before I started today, and this had like 10k kills. So I had to go and get the kills, and once I got to the threshold of the kills, it unlocked these Primordials. The sword is kind of exactly the same way with the Mana Bender. So if we look at this one, I'm at 42,087 kills. I just happened to get 86 levels. I really think it's just kill count. But there's no way to get enough kills without getting like a ton of levels anyway. So I don't know if it's really worth splitting hairs about. I don't know. Until I see proof about that person in Discord with 20k kills, I don't believe it. Oh, leveling him in general? Leveling a Reaper is based on XP gain, not necessarily kill count. Yeah, if you're just leveling it, for sure. But Reaper stuff is all. Yeah, 20k just, I don't know. Until I see proof. Because I've done 3 and it's 47 and or 42 and everyone else is saying like 42. So I'm like really skeptical that 20k is legit and not a bug. If it is possible. Yeah, if it did happen for sure, it was a bug, yeah. I guess that's what really matters. It's like, I don't know, there's so much confusion between like evolves and primordials that that person in Discord might just be talking about their weapon evolved after 20k kills. It's like, yeah, it evolves every time it gets to X level, you know? I don't know. I think it's probably user error. If I had to guess. Because it seems kind of hard-coded to happen after, what am I talking about? After 42k kills. Okay, let's get some mana. Oh yeah, we're slapping on the mana now. See, max life. We should just be able to hover and find mana. Mana regen. Ooh, we got max mana and LE damage with 1% max mana. Ooh, that's a good hound. That's a good hound. Max mana, max life. I do like having a little bit of life. I guess we got like 1,000. Oh, I need to take thorns off. I don't need thorns anymore. Get out of here. I wonder if every slot can roll max mana. It kind of feels like it. It means I should be able to scale this damage up pretty high. Okay, we're looking good. Now we have 3k mana. I have to look at something though. Let me read this thing again. You have raw damage equal to 5% of your mana. Whenever you deal damage to an enemy, you have a low chance to afflict him, dealing LE damage every 10 seconds. Okay. Afflict damage equal to 100% of your mana left. So does the raw damage increase this? Oh, it must. That's 834 to whatever. Let's put on a different staff. For this one, we can see real quick. Oh yeah, it like killed the damage. Okay. We're scaling correctly, boys. With Arcane Breach, you can easily get 30k mana. Alright, let me look and find Arcane Breach. I don't see it. Second to last skill at top, level 27 ability. What does this do? You create an Arcane Breach at target location, lasts 7 seconds. Arcane Breach deals elemental damage to enemies within a 2-yard radius. Okay, so this gives you something that gives you a lot of mana. Okay, I see 10% max mana there. For every enemy within the area effect of Arcane Breach. Okay. Hmm. I think it's gonna be time to go back to town, finally. I think we've only gone back to town 3 times. Oh, we got some Slorm to spend. Alright, get rid of all that trash. Alright, Frederick. Oh god, my shoulders are terrible. Alright, let's go get new shoulders. Let's do some rolling. It's almost max mana. Armor, melee damage. Let's see. Let me think about what I want to do again with this, right? So we're doing restore mana when I'm dealt damage. Okay. I have armor equal to my mana. And then also, where's the last thing? Oh, and then some of the damage that goes to your life goes to your mana. Okay, so I probably just need life and mana on everything. I'm trying to think if there would be like another good stat. I don't think so. So let's lock in mana, get some life. Kind of decent. We'll just roll with that for now. Armor crit chance mana leech. Oh, these are kind of bad, huh? Melee damage, melee resist, attack speed, raw damage. I guess that's fine as is. Armor, crit damage, attack speed. Can't have life, so I don't really care. I'm not sure like what else I'm gonna add into the build yet. The biggest survivability comes from second row of Arcane Barrier. Is that this one? Crit silences enemies. I'll have to mess around with it, see what I actually want to do. Might be that. Mana regen, max mana. Okay. Life mana, mana. Melee damage, huh? Can't get mana, so probably get like crit damage here eventually. Retaliation ring, max life ring. This needs to be like a max mana ring. Yeah, 2 max mana rings. We have max mana and raw damage. You know, I should just re-roll this whole thing, shouldn't I? So I get a higher mana roll. Or a high life roll, whatever happens first. Alright, there's the 160 max life. I'll lock that in. Decent max mana. We'll just reroll it, I guess. Alright, 216. Happy with that. Alright, and we're chilling. So, I want to get new rings. Probably a new belt. That's fine for now. That's fine for now. Maybe a new amulet. New bracers and new gloves. Alright, let's go get some stuff. And I guess I want to go out of this again and go into mana now. So what do we actually get? Mana, ancestral crit strike chance, aura, increased effect. The cost of skills is reduced by 1% for each spell cast in the last 10 seconds. Okay, sure. Probably don't need all of that, but seems okay. Alright, and let's see. This ring, retaliation, crit damage. Lots of thorn stuff. LA damage, evasion, evasion. Armor, LA damage. Max mana damage over time. It's technically better than what we're wearing, I guess. Not really ready to scale the damage over time. Okay. Want to buy that. Want to buy that one. Those are good. That's good. 3s, 4s. I'll buy the 5s. Okay. Let's do some loot crates. See what we can get. So what do we need? We have mana regeneration, max life. We're good on chest, we're good on helm. Good on chest, good on helm. Attack speed, raw damage, and mana leech. Ooh, I like that. Get some mana leech up in here. Crit chance, other resist, damage to elites, attack speed. Max mana, 4%. Armor, crit, strike damage, attack speed, crit damage. They resist damage over time. Alright, I'll take this one. Getting geared. Armor and max mana. That's a lot of max mana. I'll take that. Is this better than the other one? Raw damage? Nope. Ancestral strike chance, raw damage, blade damage. Ooh, those are pretty sick. I'll take that. Oh, I don't know if it's better. Maybe it's not better than what I had. Because I have the leech. Let's put a question mark on that one. Mana regen, area damage. Does boots have a higher roll? Should've just came here first. Yeah, I'm gonna take them. Elite damage reduction, elemental resist. Crit strike chance, elite damage, mana on hit. God, these bracers are all just so good. Gloves, life leech, crit strike damage, armor, attack speed. I guess those aren't that good. Maybe the elite damage is better. Max mana, max life. Wow, that helm is sick. Alright, never mind, the helm is sick. Max life, 3.5% max mana. Okay. We've almost got stuff in every slot. And they resist evasion. Armor, attack speed, raw damage, LE resist. Right, I don't actually care about this one. Thorns damage, mana thorns, critical strike chance. LE damage, raw damage. Alright, back to the blues. Mana leech, critical strike chance. Mana regen. Critical strike damage. Critical strike damage. LE damage, raw damage, damage to elites, raw damage percentage? Jesus. Okay, well I guess I have to take that one. That one's crazy. Mana regen, max mana. LE resist thorns, okay. Critical strike damage. Movement speed, critical strike chance, armor pin. I guess because all my crafting materials are on the other character. Just feel like grabbing this stuff. So I'll take shoulders. I thought it'd be a little quicker, honestly. Alright, we just need belt and gloves now. Raw damage, LE damage. Sure, those gloves are good. So now I just need a belt. I just tuned in. It's all good. I mean, I'm just basically getting some stats so I can hopefully breeze through the rest of the content. And we'll just these will basically be our in-game items. We're just gonna craft on them after this point. So I'm trying to get like some decent stats so I don't have to reroll as much. I guess those are better. Alright, give me a belt. Daily damage, raw damage, thorns damage, sure. Good enough. So we're up to 4.4k mana. So we should have crazy damage now. Yeah, 1.5 to 1.6k. Yeah, I have a hunter gold farm guide. You can use the other mastery, you don't have to have the fleece. So I have one build guide without the fleece, and I haven't made the second one yet. But this is the build. Nightbot responds. Nightbot, please. Oh my god, Nightbot. Nightbot's sleeping, dude. Maybe it'll catch up in a second. Dude. There it goes. Okay, Nightbot, thank you. Finally. Yeah, I farmed a bunch of gold with that. And, yeah. It was fun. Gonna farm some more. Yeah. And eventually put out a second build guide for, like, the upgraded farm. Let's just jump into this. Tired looking at gear for now. What's the spreadsheet of the Reapers? Let's see. There you go. That's at least the one I look at. If I really need to know what something does. Yeah, no problem, dude. I don't think I have any life sustain anymore. That's kind of a problem. But it looks like we're chilling. For the most part. What are these? Also my skills are reduced. Cool. I should probably throw some Slorman into some of this. So I actually don't need this anymore. I can go reduce time. These are all maxed. Look, I'm unsure what I'm doing with the book at this point. I want to keep going with it. Alright, we got that maxed out. Let's check out this one. So this gives me mana back, right? Okay, cool. So I need to make sure I'm using that skill more. Oh, we're done with this floor. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, I guess I need to skill crit. I want to use that silence thing. Kind of forgot about it. I'll have to see what else the options are. If it messes with any of my defensive stats I want to take. Slim Reaper is popping off. Level 22. I feel like we're kind of slow because we keep looking and reading. So I have no idea what I'm doing. I guess we're like 4 hours into the character. Maybe a little less. With like AFK breaks and stuff. Yo, hi. Welcome. How's it going? Playing some Mage today, leveling up. Starting the journey. Hey, there's level 2. That's what we like to see. Alright, so we get mana back from that. Projectiles caught in the barrier deal increase damage. Arcane clones have inner fire stuff and silence. Yeah, silence looks like the only thing even worth taking in here. I'm probably not doing any clone stuff. Which means I want to scale crit more than I was originally scaling it. Because I don't think I have like any crit on my gear right now. Unlock Primordial. What is Primordial? So whenever you play with your weapons enough, you unlock Primordial versions of the weapon. I was trying to unlock one of them tonight, but I missed a step in the process that I had to do, so it'll have to be tomorrow. That's the gist of it. But basically, I have 3 Primordial weapons now. 2 are bows, so I can show you how they upgraded. Well, I have one that's a sword. So this is a Primordial version of Mana Bender. The regular one looks like this. So after you play with your weapon for a certain amount of time, usually it's kill related, 42,000 kills, this thing upgraded, or this one unlocked, and you get to decide if you want to use it or not. The same is true with these other bows that I have. This one and this one, they unlocked after getting Slormancer to 42k kills and Gold Scourge to 42k kills. But I want to unlock this Reaper as a Primordial. But I have to level up the Primordial versions to level 50 before it unlocks. So it's just going to take like a couple hours, maybe less. Level 40 should be pretty quick. So I'm gonna get that done tomorrow so I can test out the Primordial version of the bow. I have a little bit of crafting I can do on that character, and the character's almost ready for an updated build guide. But I think people were starting to get a little bored of the character, and yeah, wanted to you know, still play it because I want to get gold off stream and all of that. I might still play it on stream every so often. Yeah, we're playing some Mage, because we also wanted to play Mage. Lots of stuff to do. Another reason I want to play Mage is to eventually play the Knight again, because he has an ability that I want to use that scales with the Mage levels and the Huntress levels. That's probably gonna be a while. That's gonna be like after I get mage guides out there. We could just go the Arcane Missiles, Fork, Pierce, Rebound build, but yeah, I don't know. I'd have to read over the masteries again. So I'm sure you could scale the damage kind of crazy like. Cooldown time. Yeah, it also scales with your mana. So that's kind of insane. It would kind of work with what I'm doing. Arcane missiles are now cast in a line and move towards target area. What? Did the Discord thing die as well? Is everything dead? RIP, I guess it's dead. Maybe the service went down. Oops. We get elemental penetration as well. It deals elemental damage. That's lame. Our memes broke. Arcane missiles can no longer have additional projectiles. Arcane missiles deal 20% increased damage for every additional projectile you can throw. Okay. Okay. Arcane missiles could be the play. I'm trying to think like what I want the build to feel like, be like. I guess missiles are cool, because normally it's like all about the orbs. Change it up. Maybe there'll be another skill that will catch my attention. Chaos is the only option. I haven't even seen the chaos skills yet. Or the, what do they call it, obliteration or something? Void. Void, void, void. I definitely want to continue scaling max mana. And I want to get all the benefits I can get from that. So far I've seen a benefit for arcane missiles. I haven't seen a benefit from anything else yet. Are there more enemies on higher wrath levels? Trying to figure out the fastest way to farm kills. There are more on higher wrath levels. So as long as you're killing, you know, fast or whatever, it'll be worth it. For my huntress, I farmed on low wrath level just because she can just tumble and kill everything. I think it's Wrath level 4 and above is more enemies. Arcane 5 is the sweet spot. Alright, so we just unlocked something else. If you have an emblem of obliteration, Arcane Missiles has Arcane Bond. Remnants of Arcane Missiles now have a 7% chance to apply Time Lock, which I don't have that. Cooldown time, additional damage, that stuff, extra projectiles. So I guess I'm gonna mess around with this and see. What kind of emblem do I need to have? Emblem of Obliteration, which I guess would proc off my book. Just got the 3rd evolution of Larva. Nice. I haven't done much work with leveling up weapons. Probably should. I've just been like taking one to like the maximum. And then I'm trying to get this Primordial or a fusion, which is like kind of crazy. Oh, we got Nimble Warrior. The old Nimble Warrior staff. I have like some ideas of stuff I can do with Nimble Warrior at some point, but I don't know if I want to do it quite yet. So I apply like 10 debuffs and Butterfly gives 5 per negative effect on enemies within 2 yards. Yeah, so it should give you some pretty good damage. Wait, what do I have to get rid of on Arcane Missile to get that? I have to get rid of... Okay, just some other thing, just projectiles. Yeah, I think that's gonna be worth getting. I just don't know if it's worth using until I get like the Legendary Shoulders, which I can always bum off my other character. Mystic Loop has some mana on it. 3% max mana. We have flat mana and regular mana. I don't think it's good enough. Didn't you guys say level 23 is when the mage starts like popping off, going fast? We're getting close. Skill you get at 23 is pretty nice. I like the book, it just doesn't work with what I'm doing, so I'm looking to replace it at this point. I am kind of liking the Arcane Missile idea until I find something that is going to work a little better. We'll figure out stats after that point. There we go. Alright, level 23. Let's see what this thing is all about. We have a spectral arcanic ability. 1.1 second cooldown, 50 mana. You cast an attunement pulse in front of you, dealing damage and ally damage, and applying a discordance effect based on attunement pulse's current school of magic. Enemies hit. Wait, what? Current
Time is
school of magic.
convoluted here is now
Enemies hit.
following.
Time is convoluted here. Thank you for the follow. Dude, appreciate it. So we can change arcane bond on first enemy hit, time lock on the first enemy, additional 6 critical strike chance. That's what's up. Critical strike chance is equal to your ancestral strike chance, so we can scale both with that one. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Have you seen the book Chain on Crit Legendary Effect? Yes. I looked it up a moment ago, but I basically wanted to do mana memes a little more than book, so I'm looking at doing more stuff with mana. But unless this skill is just that much better, because I might have to use Arcane Breach. I might just go Arcane Breach with Arcane Missile. Attunement Pulse could be okay, but I haven't read all this stuff yet. It comes back to you and deals increased damage on its way back, okay. Destroys enemies, projectiles on hit, okay. Attunement Pulse, Obliteration has plus 30% knockback, don't care about that. Attunement Pulse hits an arcane clone, don't care about that. Attunement Pulse has an additional +1 critical strike chance for each emblem. You have Attunement Pulse's current school of magic. Oh. So this one wants you just to basically only use this skill. Or multiple arcane spells. Arcane ability. So we could have Arcane Missiles plus Attunement Pulse plus this. But what is this one? That's also Arcanic. Okay, so that would be like an easy one to do. Okay. Attunement Pulse. Oh, okay, that's the one we just read. Whenever this thing hits an enemy affected by the same discordance of its current school of magic, its duration is increased. I don't think I care about that. Whenever you cast another skill, Attunement Pulse's school of magic rotates to the next school. No thank you. Whenever you cast Attunement Pulse, if your last emblem was the same as the Attunement Pulse's current school of magic. Wait, does this one change? School of magic? Apply a discordant effect based on your Attunement Pulse's current. Every time you cast Attunement Pulse, that school of magic rotates. Oh no! That's not what I want. Whenever you cast this another skill, Attunement Pulse's school of magic rotates to the next skill. Yeah, I don't know if I actually want this. I might just be going Arcane Breach, Arcane Missile in the end game. I might try this out just for memes, but... Huh. Okay. We're learning. When Attunement Pulse deals damage to an enemy, if he is infected by that... temporal discordance and obliteration disordinance, you cast a remnant of Attunement Pulse in a random direction. Whenever you cast this, if your last 3 emblems are different from this, cast 3 Attunement Pulses around you instead of 1. Instead of casting Attunement Pulse, you now create an arcane clone. No. You can now hold to charge Attunement Pulse up 1 second. You now cast 3 Attunement Pulses in a row instead of 1 if Attunement Pulse is fully charged. Attunement Pulse and Remnant of Attunement Pulse are now projectiles. The size of Attunement Pulse and Remnant of Attunement Pulse are reduced by 70%. Alright, I don't like that at all currently. Just by reading it, I don't like it. I'm not using it right now. I like my little arcane missiles. Alright, what's the thing I want to unlock? I want to unlock this one, so that's a 27. I think we just might be going full arcane build, boys. Good old arcane missiles with the Arcane Breach. It's the only mage skill you don't have a 10. Nice. Oh, you were thinking breach and pulse were switched. Okay. It looks like it could be good, it's just not what I want to do. Like, not good with what I'm doing, but it looks like it could be a good skill if you, like, figured out exactly how you want it to do it to force everything to line up how you want. Just made one in these past hours. Yeah, that looked like that was the skill you were using. Just, yeah, I don't know. Until I get bored of this one. Arcane Missiles just does everything I want, unfortunately. Until I see a skill that scales off of mana. I'm good. I get to use a lot of stats on mana, and then hopefully I'll have extra stats to use on like Pierce or Fork or whatever, Rebound. And then that's just gonna give me all the other stats. So that's gonna be tight. Oh man, I need to go to sleep soon. But I'm having fun leveling my Mage. That's cool. We'll continue the Mage tomorrow. I'm not gonna play it off stream at all. So we'll probably start, maybe look at our gear, recraft some. We might just keep doing this to 40 and then look at the gear. Try to get things up on their mastery. See if there's anything else we can utilize from either the ancestral tree or maybe attributes to really push this to the next level. I have like some things I want to do, but everything's not like fully fleshed out, of course. I have no plans for this build, just kind of winging it. Do you guys know if the book legendary with the crit, does it proc off of itself or only whenever you cast it for the first time? Either way, it's still probably good because you have AoE on top of your AoE if you're critting all the time. But if it could chain proc, that's like absolutely insane and worth looking at. It's probably just your original cast, procs additionals. Only when you cast it I've seen, otherwise it'd just go on forever. Yeah, it would go until you either didn't crit or you killed everything, right? But you can get 100% crit chance, so I guess it would just go until everything died. As long as it always hits something. Because I guess it can miss, but it usually smart targets. So unless the enemy moves out of it or something, which probably wouldn't happen too often. So yeah, I think just for balance's sake, it probably works like that, or should work like that. If it doesn't work like that, then it would, you know, be fixed to work like that. And I'm gonna try to level up those 2 Primordial Reapers off stream. See how close I get during the day tomorrow, if I have time. Also I have like some items I'm gonna try to finish crafting. And if I'm far enough along, I can go ahead and make a build guide for that character. Irma time lock with Arcane Missile to do AoE time lock damage is really funny. You basically use an enemy as a voodoo doll. That does sound pretty funny. I haven't looked at too much time lock. I've seen people like press the button and the enemy just sits there forever, which is like interesting, but I don't know, it's a little cheesy for my taste. Alright, this is gonna be the last rift, and we're gonna find someone to host. Our last expedition. I'm trying to think what else we need to do. So we're gonna try to get a Reaper unlocked tomorrow since we failed today. Try to get a guide out. Try to get things finished crafting so I can get like the perfect Huntress Gold Farmer, more or less. Continue to work on this character tomorrow, of course. Probably hit 40. Just stack millions of damage on an enemy and kill elites in 2 hits. Jeez, that sounds crazy. It's like mana bender type stuff. But yeah, while you guys are still here, I know some of you might be heading out because I'm talking about heading out shortly. Appreciate everyone like subbing and following and all that kind of stuff. Also the people that watch all the YouTube stuff, appreciate you guys as well. If you guys don't know about the YouTube stuff, we're doing like guides and whatnot. So if you care about that, there's like links down under this video and all that. Yeah, really appreciate you guys. We're almost to our goal already, and like we still have a couple weeks of the month left, so we'll have to figure out a new goal after this. We'll get a new emote. I think people have decided Bweeks nerf as the new emote, but we haven't got it made up quite yet. So it'll be good times. It'll be good times. And I'm excited about this mage. It's gonna be like a weird, I guess like a Hierophant from PoE, like Mind Over Matter or something. Could be interesting. Alright, let's unless you guys have any questions or whatnot, I'm gonna start looking for someone to host. Let's see here.